Very good morning to you. Sorry about that. Very good morning to you, lady sheds and teddy bears. Welcome to Ted's Home, Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good and well. Feels like I haven't been here in a very long time. I think it was about 8 days ago, but it feels like a few weeks, so all is good. Hope you're well, hope you're good. Welcome to Ted's Home. Lots of startups from our Typhoons. You can hear the wonderful Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines spooling there, starting up. All the wonderful sounds. Hope you're good and well. The wonderful Typhoon engines producing a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust each, with reheats, a twin spool engine, turbofan masterpiece, located at, let's say, the last, 1/5 or 20% of the airframe itself, of the fuselage. Amazing. Compressors air to 26 to 1. Wow. So 1 bar of pressure is now 26. That's a lot of squishing and compressing. It's got a 3-stage low pressure compressor, so it compresses the air to a certain amount, and then after that it bypasses the air. The amount of bypass is 0.4 to 1, and the rest of it is squashed to a pressure of 26 to 1. That's impressive. Once the air goes into the combustion chamber, the injectors inject that wonderful fuel with the compressed air mixture. Kaboom! And there it goes. That combustion, the hottest part of the Typhoon's engine, will power up the HP turbine. It's a single turbine which powers the high pressure compressor. Once that's going off, the single low pressure turbine, when that spins with all that kinetic energy, that actually powers the low pressure compressor. So a total of 8-stage compressor system. And then after that, you've really got your afterburning or reheating stage, which produces an extra 30% more power, bringing the Typhoon's power to a total of 40,000 pounds of thrust with reheats. Now, when you've got all that power, the weight plays a major part. You want to keep yourself as lightweight as possible. The heavier you are, obviously the performance will be different. The Typhoon has a thrust to weight ratio at fully loaded, fully fueled, which is what we call a 1-to-1. Here we go. Typhoon has around 85% non-metal, so you got about 82% carbon composite. Poshware, same plastic. You got acrylic canopy there. Made in 4 different countries. The main fuselage, made in Germany, has around 30 kilometers of cabling and wiring. So if you thought down the back of your PC or TV was bad, try having 30 kilometers of cable and wiring. Here we go. Let's run. Of the day. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby. And Lincolnshire, known as Bomber County in some ways, it is also Fighter County, with its many airfields during World War I as well. So we have to give credit to that as well. And RAF Coningsby was an airfield that was built in November 1940 and served as a bomber command station right up until 1968, when the following year, in 1969, it became a fighter county and remains so even right up to this day. It was the Phantoms, F4 Phantoms, that gave the name and gave the way to Fighter County in 1969, with number 6 Squadron, who are still flying today. They are based at RAF Lossiemouth, flying the Typhoon. There are 5 Typhoon squadrons based here, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We've got 29 Squadron, who we just seen take off there. They're the operational conversion unit training our junior pilots on the Typhoon. Next up, we got number 12 Squadron, the latest squadron to arrive here. They arrived here in 2020. And they're a joint Qatari, Emirati and Royal Air Force squadron as well. Got number 41 Squadron, who test and evaluate. They're a test and a evaluation squadron, so they'll test out all the upgrades as well, such as the ECR Mark II, for example, that's been fit to the and other latest Captor and ECR radome technology inside. So we got them, so they'll test ordnance, software and hardware. Also got 3 fighter and 11 fighter squadrons, both of those the combat ready fighter squadrons itself. Coningsby is also home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and has been done so since 1976. In their inventory they have a Avro Lancaster PA474, a various selection of tasty Spitfires, PM631, the Griffin-powered photo reconnaissance. We've got the oldest ever airworthy Spitfire, which actually served in the Battle of Britain as well. That's P7. And a few other Spitfires as well. We've got 2 Hawker Hurricanes, again, lots of history there. One of them being the last ever Hurricane to be built. They got the Dakota, 2 de Havilland Chipmunks as well. And once upon a time, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight did actually operate a Devon aircraft as well. Thanks a lot, Perry, for reminding me. I did come across that. And then we got a family version Typhoon. It's a family version, but only one person, just a pilot in there by the look of it.
Okay, here we go.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. That's a nice little start to the morning. So, of course, it's early days out. We're not done yet. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Oh, nice one. Good to see everyone on the chat room. And Bjorn Danielson, thank you very much for your feedback yesterday, which assisted the support, actually, to be able to resume postage to Europe. For some reason, it had been turned off. So for those that have been struggling, so Germany, Austria, Spain, Greece, Italy, Finland, Netherlands, lots of you who have been struggling to order can now do it. It was just an update which turned everything off. I mean, how convenient. Not, absolutely. So there we go. So thank you for that. So if you hadn't had let us know, we would have been denying postage, unknown to us. So thank you very much for that. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? For those that are new to the Typhoon, the Eurofighter Typhoon FGR4, as it's designated with the Royal Air Force, it is and has slightly different names, or at least designated in different air forces, which is common today in all sectors of the forces, such as Navy. They do have different terminology, and this dates back probably all the way to World War II, which we've seen the United States Army Air Forces B-17 flying fortresses were called Boeing fortresses, Marks 1, 2A, 2 and 3 with the Royal Air Force. We've got also got the Havoc as well, which the A-20, which we called the Bostons. So it's and then we also had the Boeing Washington. That was the Royal Air Force designation for a B-29. So this is quite common even to today. So for example, the Luftwaffe, they call their Typhoon the Eurofighter EF2000. The Italian Air Force call it the F2000A Typhoon, and in Spain they call it the Typhoon. So there we go. So we do have different names. Now the Royal Air Force is and other countries, they can input their own and have their own sort of software and that kind of thing as well, and different upgrades and different sorts and different modifications done to the engine as well, because the Royal Air Force's EJ200 engine has actually been tuned down to deliver a max speed of Mach 1.8. Now naturally the Typhoon punches out a maximum speed twice the speed of sound at Mach 2.0, but this doesn't mean that it's compromised in performance, because there could be reasons behind that to give it better acceleration as well. So max speed doesn't always mean, and certainly doesn't naturally mean straight away, a better acceleration. In fact, it can be more times than none quite the opposite at all. So made in 4 different countries, as we've pointed out. So the main fuselage here, this center section, is actually made in by Airbus Germany. There's about 30 kilometers of cable and wiring in here, so that's quite impressive, isn't it? This left wing Leonardo, so made in Italy. The right wing Airbus Spain. We've also got, of course, British components here, so you've got the stabilizer with BAE and Britain, and this whole section of the front, the cockpit, again BAE systems. Phenomenal. And for example, and also you've got components from Leonardo and BAE systems, and of course Rolls-Royce at the back here, of course, with the EJ200 engines. It's about 85% carbon composite, and the wings are held on by these special bolts. Six bolts for each wing. And for example, in the Manching Airbus assembly factory in Germany, the Eurofighter, when they're building them, they give them ladies' names A to Z to keep track of what's what and who's who. So it's kind of cool. This is in 17 squadron markings, and there is a reason for that, because 17 were the first to operate the Typhoon operationally here at Coningsby, and that was on the 19th of May 2005. So it does have a delta wing 4-plane configuration. It is fly-by-wire. 4 main computers deal with that, and the actual data pitos for those 4 main computers can be seen under here. They're like these metal triangles, about 4 of them. Each 2 are covered when they're parked up with red covers here, and that sends all the data each line to the 4 main computers. Inside here there are upgrades to the ECR, the Mark II. I think it's Hensoldt that's doing the upgrade for that. Currently it was Leonardo's ECR Mark II, the AESA, that stands for active, that's quite high pitched, electronically scanned array, and basically gives a larger array of the battlefield. Sounds amazing. That, what's that, red kite or orchestral? Yeah, amazing. So inside here you got the AESA and the active electronically scanned array. So it gives a, someone's having a moment, I think. Feels like we're in Peterborough or something. So it gives a nice array, a good scope for the pilot to you know, get a situational awareness with the battlefield and zone. Of course, there are the Gucci style helmets that the pilots can wear, which are around $250,000 each. They're quite amazing because the pilot can actually lock onto targets with the helmet display. Now, the good thing about this radome as well, especially the upgrade, they can lock onto targets in excess of way over 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. They can lock onto targets about 20 to 30 of them and prioritize on about 6 of them. Is that the owner, or is someone actually just blatantly just robbing a vehicle? We'll just go with it. So yeah, you got acrylic cockpit, canopy, sorry, acrylic canopy with memory foam. It is very comfortable in there. I must admit, it's very nice inside the Typhoon. I've managed to be fortunate enough to sit in 2 of them, actually. Blackjack being one of them, ZJ914. And I think ZK434, something like that, or 424, which is pretty cool. Got your air intakes here. Okay, there's a long tube delivering the air all the way to the fan here, and it is an S-duct system. It's got the cowling, variable cowlings opening and closes. You can see them actually on takeoff, fully opening them to basically accept and control or manage how much air is gone in. Now, it is S-duct. This is actually a, shall we say, a low RCS, like a stealth attribute because of the S shape. If these were in line with the engines, you'll be able to see the sort of like the compressor blades, which give off heat. That would be lovely for a radar. So we get around this by doing an S-duct system for the air intake. This little scoop here, this little diverter, is for the boundary layer. We've spoken about this many times, okay, where air is fluid, it sticks to aircraft. So if this wasn't here, for example, if we didn't have this scoop, one, it can control the amount of air going supersonic, but the problem you've got here is what's called the boundary layer. It's like a splitter bridge or a diverter for the boundary layer. What happens here, as the air has been scooped in, there's going to be air that sticks here. This is how drag works, and low and high pressure, all right? And what happens here, you're going to get 2 different pressures of air. Now, those 2 different pressures of air, when it hits the front part of the engine, can actually damage it as it's spinning round. So the way you get around that is to have like a splitter bridge. In the real world, not my model, it doesn't have these little grills here, so it's been sort of drilled. So that's quite clever. So that's what that's all about. Interestingly, this bulging part here, all right, this is actually a design that they've developed into, because originally they found that there's a lot of drag here where the wing meets the fuselage. So they bulged this out. Again, another sort of boundary layer, because there was too much drag. I've actually got a drawing somewhere, but it's a little bit breezy for me to show you. So you got the air going in, and then we'll talk to you about the engines in just a moment. This bit here that I do mention now and again, this is the RAM heat exchanger intake. When the Typhoon is, especially when NAF is doing a lot of using a lot of the reheat, a lot of the afterburners, you're going to need something to cool that down, and the way to do it is this. It's actually controlled. It's not always on. It turns on automatically. It sort of kicks in and cools down the engine when you've been using excess reheat or afterburner. So that's what that's all about. It's like a little exhaust system or an intake, actually, not an exhaust, because exhaust going out, but this is like a RAM intake. So it sucks in all that air to cool down and cool it down after NAF's thrashing of the Typhoon there. What we don't have here, there's a little nib that sticks out. I've been saying we're going to have to stick one on there. It's the missile warning system, missile alert warning system, which alerts pilots of enemy you know, trying to lock onto a Typhoon. So that's what that is. There's a lot of survivability. The blue tack, really good for landing on your table, chairs, etc., and desks. It's optional from the Ted Coningsby van. You can apply to your Typhoon. Again, you got the decoy pylon here. This projects out with a lanyard, shall we say, towing around a sort of like a radar, and it gives off, and it spooks the enemy radar to pretend the Typhoon's somewhere else, but it is attached. You got chaff dispenser here. You got your flares here. Chaff is like what they used to call in World War II window. They're like bits of metal. So you got a bit of both. So you got your flares for heat-seeking missiles, and then chaff for radar locking ordnance that's coming at you. So you can use the chaff dispenser again to fool enemy radar. There's also a cooling system here. There's a little intake. Oh, there it is. You can just about see it there. It's a little intake here to cool down some of the instruments as well. So a very, very clever Typhoon. Because of its lightweight, empty it's at 24,000 pounds. That's quite impressive. So you start adding fuel and a bit of payload, you're still not going to be, you know, over your 40,000 pounds of thrust. What does that mean? Well, from brakes to 8 seconds, this can pull up in a 50 degree to 60 degree and vertical climb. But the beauty is with this, it can accelerate, and 22 seconds later, it would be supersonic. That's how good the Typhoon is. All right, so remember, it's all about thrust to weight ratio. Have a look at it. All you got to do is find out the maximum thrust, and so you divide that by your weight. Okay, so you can start off with empty weight. I get that, but you're not, you know, you're not going to fly without any fuel in it. So, you know, but just do the maths in that respect. But have a look at the empty weight of the aircraft when they start adding fuel, for example. So a lovely piece of kit that we have here, the Eurofighter Typhoon. That horn that you can hear, the Typhoon actually has a horn. It's the canopy horn, so when the canopy opens for safety, meep meep. I was one of those human beings that actually asked, you know, does the Typhoon have a horn? I mean, you know, you're in the air, you got people in the way, you know what I mean? But no, generally, it is the canopy horn. There is a 27mm BK Mauser cannon, I think it's about 150 rounds, might be less than that, might be 125 rounds, which pilots can use. It shoots through here, through the wing. There's a little, almost like a porcelain cap. But if they are going to go on like an AWR, they just take it off anyway. But it's there, just the first shot just fires it out anyway. They keep that close for obvious reasons. Don't want anything in there. They can use it for luggage. You can put luggage in there, but of course, what you don't want to do, because it's not pressurized, so you've got to be careful you're not got any toothpaste or aerosol cans in there, because yeah, when you get to your hotel, it's going to be a bit of a mess in there. So there you go. And no one wants a messy Mauser cannon, do they? No. There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? I'll just show you my generic engine. I still haven't got round to drawing you a EJ200 engine, but we'll talk you through it. It's a nice little generic engine that I've put together. There we go, there's our generic engine. Just a few differences then, all right, just to look out for. So this is the low pressure compressor section. There are actually 3 on the Typhoon, so this is correct. So this is bang on, all right. Here, there's 8 of these low pressure, sorry, 5, my bad, 5 compressors here for the high pressure. Okay, so you got 3 and 5, making a total of 8, and I'll explain. The other difference is there's only 1 HP and 1 LP turbine, high pressure and low pressure turbine. So I've got 3 in total here, whichever way you want to do it. But it looks like a 2-stage high pressure turbine and a low pressure, but I'll explain all that in just a second. So you know all that long scoop we've just talked about, the air intakes there of the Typhoon. When it gets to here, okay, so the air is going to be compressed, okay, it's going to be pressurized, and I've mentioned this many times. The good thing about that, you know, pressurizing air is a lot more combustible because of the pressure. You know, it's more explosive in that respect, if you want to put it that way. You're getting a lot more air for your money, shall we say. You're fitting a lot of air in a small space. You're squeezing it, which makes it more combustible and a lot more economical. So when the air gets to here, it is compressed to a low pressure, okay. But to a certain point, when it gets to here, the thing I keep forgetting to tell you, this is where the bypass is. So once it's gone through the low pressure, there on the Typhoon it's 0.4 to 1, so that's quite low. Which is called a low bypass. The rest of it is then squashed, which is why compressors, they get narrower and narrower and narrower, okay? You just got to imagine how much air is in scuba divers' tanks, okay? So you've got all that air now squeezed. So if you want to put it this way, the air that we breathe in now is about to be compressed, pressurized 26 times. So it went in at 1p, 1 bar of pressure, now it's 26. That's amazing. And you can imagine, you know, when you pump in air into your football or your tyres of your bike, the pump's really hot, right? It's all that pressure. So once you've got that compressed air in the combustion chambers, you've got injectors here. So the Typhoon's going to be, the EJ200 engine is going to be injecting the fuel with that 26 to 1, that 26 times pressured air. So that compressed air is in here. So it mixes in, it's sprayed, it combusts. That kinetic energy, that power, this is the clever bit. That clever bit, that the Typhoon's got a HP or a high pressure turbine. This is spinning because of that kinetic energy, which actually powers the high pressure compressor. The Typhoon's only got 1 low pressure turbine. Once that's going this way, this is spinning the low pressure turbine, which actually powers the low pressure compressor. It's really clever. Now, that's pretty much a jet engine, okay? Like so be it a Boeing 747 engine, for example. All right. Now, what about afterburner? What about the reheat? Well, all you got to do is have a look over here. All right. What's going on over here, right? So afterburner, reheat. You're doing something after, you're redoing something, you're reheating, you're afterburning, hence afterburner or reheat. It goes in a separate chamber over here. Now, like I said, the Boeing 747 wouldn't have this here, but it's an extra chamber. There's hot gases in there, and then on demand, a pilot can just spray, using the spray bars here, inside here, spray fuel inside this chamber with hot gases. Now remember, there's no compressed air here, so it's just pumping out, you know, proper raw fuel, and it's mixed with the hot gases. Is that good or bad? Well, it's not economical, but it does increase your power by 30%, and of course your consumption by 3 times, I would have thought so. So for example, if I remember off the top of my head, 3,000 litres per hour standard on an F-16 is now 9,000 once it starts blasting out its afterburner. This is all insulated. It's got to be protected because it's going to be really, really hot here. And then you got the conversion hydraulic nozzle, which basically opens and closes and adapts to the amount of airflow going in and out. It's really important that it's done this way because if you don't match your airflow, this is actually a serious thing. You can actually then get a flame out or or problems with your engines because you're not matching your airflow, because it's trying to close to create that pressure as well in there with the hot gases. If it doesn't match the flow and you've got loads of air trying to come out, thrust trying to come out, then if this is stuck, then you're going to have a bit of a problem. So there we go. That's the generic engine. So this is thrust. This is what's moving the aircraft forward. All right, there we go. Now can hear startups over the other side. Now in a minute we're going to talk a little bit of safety. Just a second, let me just grab a quick cup of tea because we're going to talk safety now. Give me 1 second. This is a really important bit. Let me just get my cup of tea. There is a slot. Morning. Morning, mate. You all right?
Yeah, you.
Good.
Coming to see you.
How you doing? All right?
Yeah, coming to see you at Pedal.
Oh, yes, you are. Yeah. Oh, you coming? Oh, nice one. How you doing? All right.
All right, thanks.
Oh, good. Looking forward to that. That'll be good. Yeah, nice one.
We're going to stay for 3 nights, so.
Why not? Why not? It's good. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Good. Got my cousins over from America. So show some real babies. No,
Denver.
Denver.
Okay. Nice. That's good. That's nice. Yeah. More startups. So
Yeah.
lock in.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Yeah. You too, mate. You too. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, for those that don't know, and I know because I get this all the time now. I know polo shirts, they will be out, but towards the end of the year I've missed the I haven't technically missed the deadline. It's a bit late now to get them into production because summer's pretty much here, isn't it? So the problem is with me, I like to buy stuff and test it out. I like to test drive it. They will be available in navy blue, by the way. All right, so these ones, it will be in navy blue. It's just I like to give them a little test, put them through the washing machine. What are they like? Are they going to fall apart? So not that I don't have any faith, but but I just need to have a look at the embroidery and, you know, that kind of thing. And this is a really nice, real nice, comfortable polo shirt. It really is. So I'm going to try and get them in navy blue, and they'll be available towards the end of the year. Beanie hats as well in 2 styles, end of the year as well. Right, let's talk safety, ladies, gents and teddy bears. There's all sorts of stuff on the news at the moment, and again, we don't go into the nitty gritty and the dark side of things, because that's not what the channel's all about. It's all about happiness, a place, a safe zone, a safe place to just enjoy aircraft. But at the same time, we need to be mindful as well with all the bad stuff. But saying that said, this kind of practice was something I've said with our little housekeeping probably from day one. All right, when obviously from day one I was probably a little bit nervous and not sure what was going on. But as it's getting quite popular, everyone's here to have a good time. There are others that are clearly spoiling it, and of course, when things get out of hand, that's when big rules start coming in where we can't enjoy this, for example. Okay, not saying it's going to happen, but this is what we got to look after. But the thing is, the subject I'm on about is very serious as well at the same time. We, as plane enthusiasts, spotters with cameras, here to enjoy just with our chairs, bringing our kids here to have a good time, to inspire them to maybe become part of our Air Force, etc. We need to do something back here, and that is to be aware of what's going on around us as well, okay? It's something that's quite sad that we have to say this, but we need to be a little bit more aware of, are these people here to plane spot? Are they actually here to admire the aircraft, or are they here for a more sinister, something a little bit more, you know, disruptive? Okay, so the proposal that I'm trying to get something sorted actually for this, to do my bit to help out, because we can do a lot more out here than things can be seen from inside, okay? Because we're out here already, we can prevent, okay? Now, what I'm going to get at without sort of labeling people is to be mindful of people that are really here for something else, not for plane spotting. Of course, if it's more of the antisocial stuff, then you're going to be calling 101. If it's an endanger of life, if you feel threatened in any way, then 999 straight away. But what I want us to get as plane spotters is to be mindful of those that are just sort of snooping around. You know the ones I mean. Dare I say it, but you know, just listen to how they speak. You are looking out for little clues that maybe, you know, if it's better safe than sorry. So I'll give you an example. Just people just sort of just driving around and having a look around, and maybe, you know, you may have spotted it just sort of looking around through crash gates or going through little bits. But I don't want you to start following people. I don't want you to start, you know, getting yourself involved and interacting. Just do it discreetly, because one of the best things I've seen was RAF Leeming's little leaflet that the RAF police. I'm going to try and get my hands on it, and maybe I might make a Coningsby one and give it out to people. It is brilliant. There was stuff on there that you might not think when you think, oh, what was the reg plate, what was the colour of the car, how many people were there? But what I loved about the leaflet, it protected you as well. It didn't say, yeah, just stand there and write it down and follow them and phone. No, it didn't have that at all. The way it was worded, which I haven't got it in the van, it's at home, it was really about, if you're going to do this, go away and do it. Go somewhere else, do it discreetly, protect yourself. I loved that. I thought that is brilliant. That's getting something reported, but doing it in a very careful, you know, almost like a cognito way, shall we say. So that is really good. And sadly, you know, for example, I was at Crashgate 2 a long, like back in the days, man, and there was a few suspicious cars, and I was like, shall I report it, shall I report it? I did, and the best thing to do is to report it before it's too late. And there was an incident, and fortunately it wasn't. It was something else, but it was still bad. They weren't there for plane spotting, put it that way, but it was for something else, nothing to do with here. Just little things like that, like an abandoned car that's been there for days with all sorts of weird equipment in the back. Just little things like that. You know, I don't want to. I'm not here to scare people. I'm here to just make you a little bit aware that let's do something to protect us, because, you know, before it gets, you know, out of hand, because it's a sad world in that respect, and we're just here to enjoy aircraft. And that's what I've always said, you know, we're here to enjoy aircraft. We don't deal with where they're going, what they're doing. We don't promote that. That's let's face it, they're working, and we're actually watching people at work, right? But of course, it has a bit more of an honourable thing role that they play to protect our UK airspace. And when you do that, then you start to go into the armed forces side. You got men and women today protecting the land. You got men and women protecting the sea, and of course the air. So, you know, we do enjoy it. We do love what they do. Let's protect them, is all I'm saying. Let's protect them, and you know, there are lots of us here, loads of eyes here, so we can do a lot more by, you know, maybe when we leave, sometimes there might be an odd vehicle turning up when everything's closed, you know, but they could be innocent. I'm not saying every car that's here or one that's just left there is there's something up with it. It's just the fact that just keep an eye on it. Just keep an eye on it, and you may start seeing patterns, you know, like, oh, there's that car again. And they've got no cameras. I'm not interested. But of course, be mindful. There could be people just writing down serial numbers as well. So there could be. I've seen some amazing telescopes, man. Man, they look pricey and tasty. But and they're writing down serial numbers. So I think if for those that are part of a group and they come here with all their friends, etc., there's loads here, they will probably know newcomers and think, what's going on here? But anyway, all I'm saying, be mindful what's going on, and if you are going to report something, do it discreetly. And I may get this, I may make a little mock-up and present it to the RAF police, or give them out here on my own accord. But obviously, I'll you know, let them know what we're doing. But it's just an idea, and I know that RAF Leeming police, RAF police do that, and I thought that was an excellent idea, really, really good. So yeah, I know. And again, housekeeping for us spotters as well. There's the fence. Please don't climb it in any way. Don't rest your ladders on it. It can damage it. And, you know, they do advise not to lean on it. And like I said, don't climb it. Oi, oi. And of course, crash gates, again, do not block them with your vehicle under no circumstances. Due to where the aircraft take off, there are lights to stop vehicles to protect them, and for your safety of your health and ears, please do not stand there under no circumstances. It is a message from the base, and they've put that on their social medias, and if you were to post a photo of you stood there taking photos from there and post to social media, the moderators do remove it, which I think is an excellent idea. It's for your own safety. I hope that sounded okay and wasn't too, you know, off. You know, it's just something that I will have to, you know, say on our streams, but at the end of the day, you know, everyone is here having a good time. Everyone is enjoying it. Everyone's enjoying the sun. There's people here chilling out with their chairs and just having a good time, having cups of tea like I am. Thanks, Perry. Thank you. You know, as a channel, I've been trying to do this correct from day one. I contact the base. They know I'm here. I've already done that bit. You know, it's so important that if you're going to do what, you know, if you're going to be up on a van filming, let them know, man. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, we've had a no places, no faces rule. We've been keeping that. We're just here for the aircraft, man. That's it. And of course, to promote the role of what the RAF do, we're hoping to be back with 17 Air Cadets Coningsby Squadron here again towards the end of the year. We can't wait for that. Cannot wait. Thanks, Perry, for that. All right, here we go. Now we've got 3. There could be a 4th one very shortly. The delight and the smile on people's faces. I love it. And of course, for those that are new, welcome to the show. And for those that have been away and come back, yeah, we've hit the 100. We are now a 100k channel, and sometimes it just doesn't feel it's sunk in yet. It's absolutely brilliant. It really is such a good feeling. Thanks a lot. Keith Cornell, how you doing? Michelle, Ben, not Captain Weber, thank you very much. Wee Stevie Boy, Alan Gates, Jan Clark. Mike Harris, how you doing? Sharon, the Catwoman, how you doing? Davey, Jan Clark, Margot. It's a few more startups. Welcome to the show. Looks like we've got an arrival just behind me. Totally forgot they're using 07 already. Here we go. The aircraft is now in what's called downwind. And in just a moment we'll go into final. Pilot will then confirm to tower their gear is down. don't forget to hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up, click clear to touch and go, the like and subscribe. Still got more Foons making tunes. Squadron. Ted's still looking for it. man. So that was the lovely performance takeoff there from 41 Squadron. Seek and destroy in the T3. The trainer. I hope we're all good and enjoying it. That was a lovely performance takeoff. So speed is around about, of course, depending on the pilot, it's about 185 miles per hour or so. So from the brace release to 8 seconds, around 185 miles per hour with a pull into a 50 to 60 degree and into a vertical climb. And then 22 seconds later, it is capable of going supersonic, but of course you're going to need clearance to go supersonic over land in this country. Oi oi to everyone, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome to the show. And like I said, for those that are new, welcome to the 100k channel now. Goodness me. So we've got 2 more riding out. Ted's home. And thank you to everyone for the amazing support that you give to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's really, really amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. And Babs Art, one of our loyal regulars of the show, has gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much, Babs. Let's just sort that out for you, Ted. You're good now, mate? There you go. High five. Babs R, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also got Davey H, member for 11 months. A Guards March. Thank you very much. Proud to be part of the greatest aviation channel. Thank you very much. And Margot Baxter with a super chat. Oi oi everyone. Nice to see you all. RAF Coningsby. Oi oi too. Tell you what's the time of year for bugs. 1st July already, have a good one, and a Guards March, thank you very much. Mitch Jesse, member for 24 months, congratulations on your 2 years milestone, happy 2 years Ted. Craig Bruce, 29 months as well, let's go. Yeah, thank you very much. Renee Gessing, 25 months membership, congrats all on their milestones, have a great day, and you too. Roger Payne, thank you very much for 20 months membership, huge congratulations on 100k you guys, thank you very much. It's, still not quite sunk in. Maybe when I get my YouTube play button, maybe that will do it. Purple Bat, member for 1 month, thank you very much. Paul M. Hennings with 22 months. Oi oi, Ted Coningsby family. Ted Coningsby, Nicholas, Claire Beck, Spellflight Mods, almost green. I know, you're nearly there, man. 2 more months. Bjorn Danielson, a high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Margot as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. Hannosaurus Rex, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Zero Soul 76, member for 2 months. Morning, Nikos and Ted. Love the shows. And congratulations to someone that supports the channel with some wonderful models that they've donated to us. Jeff at AGR. Jeff AGR Models, thank you very much. You've been huge. Congrats on 100k, Nikos, Ted, Claire and team. Thank you so much on that. Thank you. Daniel Walker, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Gary D as well, member for 14 months. And we got a 2-ship as well, look. How's that for a Guards March? That was nice, wasn't it? You alright? Very good, thank you, very good. Good Guards March, whoever had that one. Hey, you too, take care, good to see you, man. Oh, nice. You're right there now. All right there now. Oi, oi. So nice aero braking there, the wheelie, or at least that's what it looks like, but it is actually aerodynamic braking at its finest, just creating a lot of drag under the undercarriage there, just slowing the aircraft down aerodynamically with drag. Like when we were kids, we used to get our jackets, didn't we, on windy days and open them up like parachutes. That, you're feeling what's basically drag. And it slows you down, taking the pressure off the braking systems and the front nose gear. You alright, how's it going?
Hi, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. What time you want to come to bed?
You alright?
Wait a minute, I got it.
It's just the 10.
Oh, it is. The one and only.
You got the 10.
Not at all.
Come on, the way from Lottie.
Oh, is he? All the way from Lottie?
Yeah.
Wow. He's coming. Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks for doing that. That's awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, send it. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Alright, no problem. Enjoy. Sorry? Oh, well, yes. Mark Nixon from Lossiemouth, all the way to you. Is Mark watching? We hope so. Oh, wow. You here for a few days or just a week? Oh, lovely. That's nice. That's alright. Are you just doing here for the week? Yeah. Enjoy. Well, you picked a good day today.
Apparently so.
You picked a good day.
He's got a training day from school, so he's queuing up like what's happening when we get
Oh,
there.
nice.
So,
Oh, that's good then. Works out well.
Last night, home tonight, take it back to school.
Lovely. All right. Yeah, no worries. Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. Oh, is it your birthday, is it? Oh, happy birthday. Alright? No worries. Are you here all day? Okay, if you're here all day, I'll grab a photo of you down further down if you want it. Alright, no problem at all. Okay, no worries. No problem. See ya! Daniel Walker, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Gary D, 14 months membership as well. Congratulations on 100k subs, Ted. Nikos Claire, Spanner Flight, a great achievement, and we're all very glad to have you in our lives. Oh, that's a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much. The Lundy Gruffalo member for 29 months, 100k. How did that happen? I remember when back in the day. Thanks, man. William Barker, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Alan Stratton, 14 months membership. Congratulations on reaching 100k to Nikos. Thank you very much. Ted and all the Spanner crew, thank you very much. Dave Smith as well, thank you. He's put, crikey, I go away for a couple of weeks and the channel tops 100k. Great work, Ted and Nikos and all the TCS. Thank you for your service. Mike Weaver, Guards March, thank you very much. 20 months membership. Keep up the great work, Nikos, Ted and all the team. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Chris White to the Salmon and Chuckin' Fun, thank you very much. Nick Knox, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for thank you for the super chat. Guards March. Rob Kennard, thank you very much. High five, Core Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's amazing. Sharon Chapman, member for 9 months. 9 months, 1 tattoo and 1 puppy. Guards March, thank you very much. Andrew Heatley, member for 10 months. Proud to be one of the 100k. Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much. 10 months membership. Oh yeah, put it there. Oi, oi. And those midges are really annoying, aren't they? They're like really itchy. And when you're filming, you have to just cope with it. You can't move, you can't go and itch, otherwise your viewers will get seasickness and vertigo. Soon back to the main ASP, aircraft servicing platform. Whoa, okay, no rest for the wicked. Look at this. I was not expecting another one. Nice. Just tuned in, welcome to the show, Ted Coningsby channel, live here at TED HQ, RAF Coningsby. Here we go. Thanks very much everyone for the 100k, congratulations, thank you. we go, get ready. The lights are on. Set to wrap. Took its first flight on the 27th of March 1994. It's a multi-role aircraft and developed with its captor radar and defensive aid subsystem, which is known as DAS. This aircraft literally makes any intruder its worst nightmare. It really does. It's a very effective multi-role fighter ground attack and reconnaissance aircraft, hence FGR4. You can switch roles just like that on these things. With its earlier radar, its Captor Mark 1 Captor M been able to lock onto targets 160 kilometers away for fighter jets and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. I mean, that's quite some distance. all day. Lots of movements today. I hope you've all enjoyed them. Enjoyed yesterday's little mini show that I put together from Shuttleworth, and wasn't it a delight to hear all those wonderful engines of historic aircraft. Love the Bristol Mercury engines on the Gladiator, the Lysander and the Bristol Blenheim. Lovely sounds, all having the same engine. Good ladies and steady bears, welcome to the RAF Coningsby channel. How's your bike vibe? Alright? Alright. Go back to a frustrating. Hi.
What do you mean tops you wear?
November. They'll be in navy blue. I don't know just yet. Yeah, they're not ready yet.
Hi.
They will be in navy blue. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be in November. I'll bring them out.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hi, yeah.
Nicholas.
Hey, how you doing? All right?
All right, you?
Yeah, good,
Right,
thank you.
have a picture.
Yes, of course, mate. Yeah, no problem at all.
Actually, what you to sign it?
Oh, yeah, cool. No problem, I'll sign that, sure. Right, so we have to... Right, let's get this here. Then we'll get to make, do you want me to sign that first then?
Yeah.
Let's sign that first.
So I've got mine on.
Fine. And where would you like it? Here? Yeah? Okay then. Oh yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
Alright, there's your pen.
Yeah.
Check that in.
Yeah. Okay, right, here we go.
Ready? There you go.
No problem at all.
Oh, I've won it.
Oh, lovely, yeah. That looks good, that works well with that pen, you know, that was really good, I'm
It was
impressed.
for my birthday.
I'm
That was for my
impressed.
birthday.
Alright, no worries.
Scorcher, by the way.
Sorry.
Scorcher.
Oh, your scorcher!
Yeah, I know,
Nice
yeah,
to
that's
meet you.
me.
Oh, nice one. You happy with that, yeah?
Cheers, mate.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem at
See you
all.
later.
Take care, bye. No, it's never
You love
annoying,
it.
it's
You
fun.
love it.
It's good,
I'm
it's
going to
fun.
turn into a Greek embarrassing now.
Where we go?
Do you want to have a picture? Yeah, go on then.
Okay.
And my mum is watching you on YouTube at home.
Oh, lovely.
She's going to solve it because we're here.
And she's there.
Can you take
Oh,
one over?
no worries. Right, here we go. All right,
Thank you
no
very
problem
much.
at all.
I can't believe we picked such a good day to
You
do
have
this.
picked a very nice day.
Absolute hot
Yeah,
love.
it's not too hot right at the moment.
So, last night was terrible.
Yeah, I know. Quite crazy. Yes, I heard. I didn't even know. That's what. It's going to come tomorrow, but.
Yeah. Well, we've only got today. Right down.
Oh, lovely.
So this is quite nice.
Yeah, yeah. Where's she watching these?
Thank you.
No worries. Not really. No. They'll just keep going all day until, yeah. Yeah, well, no, I'll finish around 3. Yeah. Alright. Hey, man. Oh, are you alright?
Yeah.
Good.
Sorry, I went to the Navy last year.
Yeah.
The videos on the Navy. Yeah, so I do follow you on
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, you're right, yes. You okay?
Would you like to sign this down?
I would, yeah. Give me 1 second, just before I forget, because I've got, sometimes my memory does go a little bit. Just a quick shout out to Connie Evans, who's watching from Leeds, by the way. And we've just had some photos taken, so I hear that you're stuck in Leeds and can't be here, but everyone else is. But you get a little shout out from Ted. There you go. Sure. Do you have a pen that will be suitable? Because I don't have a pen. I do have one, but it's black. If one had a white pen, I wonder if they'll be kind enough to lend me the white pen. I don't know where they went. Yeah, I mean, I'd sign it in black if you want, but I'm sure it's going to show through very well, is it? I just looked at the sign and it had a white felt pen, really good. It works well on black. I'll tell you, if I spot them, I'll holler at them and I'll sign it anyway at the end, with black, if that's alright. Just trying to think if I've got anything else. Just trying to think. Do I have anything else? No, I've got a, no, it's a blue biro. I'll tell you what, I've got an idea. I've got an idea for you, hang on.
Oh.
I have a plan B.
Plan B. Always has a plan B.
But it's let me. Alan, did I bring my Sharpie back?
I'll be going up and
Alright, no worries. Yeah, leave. I think my strawberry might leave, you know, like. Alright. No worries. Right, there. Oh, yeah, you're alright. How's it going? Okay. Yeah, of course you can. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, it's still unbelievable. I still can't get over it, but guns up, man. Take care, buddy. See ya. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. I think we've got a visitor here just coming now, so let's have a look. What's he got to say about things today? Hey, right now. My name's Reggie. Oi, behave yourselves over there. How we doing round there now? Yeah, part of the RAF regiment. We like to keep our feet on the ground there now. That's right, we don't do any of that flying business. That's why we haven't quite taken off yet, you know what I mean? We like to keep off. Hey, are you alright now? Oh, I'm alright, Reggie. How you doing, Reggie? Yeah, I'm alright. Well, that's funny. Why is that? What's funny? I didn't do me special move. That's because we like to. We do indeed there now. Yeah. What are you doing around here? Well, I'm doing me perimeter checks. Oh no, got to do these perimeter checks now. That's it. Make sure all these cars are alright as well. Make sure they're all good. Sniffing for danger. That's what we do. You can tell we're regiment because of the mush. Yeah, it's like a radar. Like one of those captor things. Captor things? What do you mean? Well, those things on the Typhoon Nikos was explaining could lock on to targets 160 kilometres away. 160 kilometres away? That's about distance to the moon. Well, no, I think it's a bit further than that. What do you mean? Kilometres? I mean, miles is bad enough. What about kilometres? They sound heavy. Well, that's because it's got the word kilo in it, mate. All right, I need to do all that pound stuff. Pound's a lot easier, isn't it? You buy stuff with it, you weigh stuff with it. Pound for a pound, you know what I mean, or no? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's alright there now. Yeah, what have you been doing? Oh, I've been doing a bit of reading. Reading? What do you mean been reading? Yeah, I've been reading about anti-gravity, but I just can't put it down. Oh, he's good at now. We need him now. Right, Reggie, we've got to do these perimeter checks now. Right, where are we going? Should we do the old, you go that way, I'll go this way? Well, where's the nearest chicken place? Chicken joint's over there. Right, let's go over there then, both of us. Yeah, but be quiet, don't I mean? Oh, what's this? Didn't they say, right, I have to have a word of him. Behave yourselves there now. It's with a Reggie. I'm a Reggie. You're Reggie, I'm Reggie. You're Reggie. Reggie. I'm Reggie. He's Reggie. Reggie. Yeah, we're both Reggies. Right, let's sort this out. Where are we going again? I don't know. Oh, let's just go this way. All right, now, behave yourself out now. Oh, look at this. It's our delivery. Yeah, electric base. Well, I hope we don't get electric bases.
Yeah, it's shocking really, isn't it?
Goodness me, those two, they need their own show, don't they? The two Reggies. It's a bit like Ronnie Barker and crew, isn't it? The two Reggies. I think they'll go down quite well. My name's Grand Crew Drew. How are you all doing? Hope we're all good. Yeah, nice. Right, let me just get you a little bit of info. Right, Nicholas, cheers for that, mate. Right, here we go. Well, for those that don't know, my name's Grand Crew Drew. That's right, not a lot of people know about us. That's right. Grand Crew, that's right, we fix the Typhoons. Right, what we got here, mate? I mean, you know, not everyone carries a Typhoon in their skyrocket, do they? But I was going to show you this little mechanism here. This little exhaust, well, it's not really an exhaust, but this is called the ram air intake heat exchanger. It's just there, the ram heat exchanger, just there on the bottom of the tail. And the good thing about that, our mate over there, squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, call sign Reheat 1, he's always blasting it. He's always blasting it, and it does heat up. Now, the problem is with the Typhoons and any engines of the EJ200 in this, when it starts heating up, the problem is it needs to cool down, and that's where this kicks in. This is the ram heat exchanger. That's right, goes in and it cools down, and that kicks in automatically. You know, it turns on and off on it just like that, little bleep, just like that, turns it off and on. That was a lovely demonstration, if I don't mind me saying. But yeah, that's what that's all about over there. I'm going to show you little bits and pieces around the Typhoon. Here we go, here and there, do you know what I mean? So if you're watching it on the wobbly jelly, your dog and bone, or your lamb chop, because we are a bit modern now, innit? Your lamb chop. What's that again? That's right, you don't eat it. Nah, be silly enough to eat a laptop, eh? Anyway, but there we go, that's what that bit there is. Okay, so the cool down the Typhoon's engines when it's been put on reheat. Now, speaking of reheat 1, hopefully he's going up either today or tomorrow, because if he doesn't, he loses his PDA. And you know what that means. Oh dear, oh dear. What's going on over there? That's right, Nath has got to make sure he doesn't go more than 10 days without doing some form of display, whether it's a practice or a real thing, do you know what I mean? But that's what that is, it's the ram intake heat exchanger. That's what it does. My name's Grand Crew Drew, nice to meet you, see you later. And if you're wondering what the blue tack's all about, well, it's to keep your foon in the tune. Sorry? You want to take a picture? Yeah, you carry on. Yeah, go for it. No problem. Uh-oh. Here comes Red Dead there now. Red Dead, what are you doing? Oh, no double trouble. enjoy. Have a good one. See ya. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. I might have a bug or two on here. Let me get rid of them a minute. Sorry about that. Got to keep the screen clear down. Yes. All right, just sit back, relax, see what happens. Yeah, that's it.
You're not in the know then?
No. Staying hydrated. I hope we're all good. How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're well. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Oh, turn it into a fan oven, wasn't it? Literally. It's just a nice breeze, really, just to take the heat off. Is an arrival. Oh, look at this aero braking, beautiful. Let me just check my ADSB. Thanks a lot everyone for getting us to 1,000 likes. Teddy bears, hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. I hope you've all enjoyed it so far.
So it's just coming up to 10 past midday here at Coningsby. Oh yes, and I hope you're all good and well, and just enjoying it really. It's a little bit cooler today, a little bit bearable. Am I allowed to say that, Ted? Bearable, get it? No dear. Ted's probably like, what are you doing? I know, pretty cool, isn't it? but yeah, it's, do you know, I may have to change the title a little bit going forward, I think, because I know Lincolnshire is renowned with Bomber County, but I guess we do have the Lancaster here, so maybe we'll keep that. But I also want you to understand that it was also fighter town or fighter county as well during the First World War. But as England's second largest county, it was during the Second World War that it got its nickname Bomber County, and there was as many as 46 military airfields alone here in Lincolnshire, and it would average out about 7 miles between each base. You were never more than 7 miles away from each base, which is actually quite phenomenal really if you think about it. I mean, you've got Metheringham, you've got Spilsby, you've got Woodhall Spa just a few miles away, and there's an aircraft actually coming in, kind of unorthodox, coming in this way, which I wonder if it's the Embraer. It is. Look at this. Yeah, so you've got Woodhall Spa, you've got you had Waddington, Scampton, but obviously Scampton. Look at this. By the way, this is the Embraer ERJ145. It's what's called corporate air travel, or CAT, hence Moggy or Felix are the call signs. Yeah, many of Lincolnshire's World War I military airfields were built around sort of 1915, 16, and RAF Scampton was once known as Battleby Cliff. And it's something we don't often think about as fighter county, even though it is now, I guess, with Coningsby being here as a fighter station, adding to its original status. But Coningsby didn't open until the 4th of November 1940, so a year into the Second World War. Bless you. But yeah, so Scampton 1916 was formerly known as Battleby Cliff and things like that. But again, as our concentration on Bomber County, like I said, it's home to several airfields, and the purpose during World War I was to defend against the Zeppelins, the raids there during the First World War. There's lots of real strong propaganda and advertisements, even like Baby Killer with the Zeppelin. It was quite provocative, you know. It was like, you know, these are ruining our, just, it was, if you've ever seen it, it's a World War I booklet. Thanks a lot from Val and Murray for that book. It was, yeah, some of the propaganda videos during World War I were very, very sort of poignant, very strong and to the point as well. And yeah, I mean, there was around 300 military airfields stood at the end of the First World War, and I think in Lincolnshire there was around about 30 alone just here. And by 1924 it was reduced to around 27, so don't forget the First World War ended in 1918. Many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly a reality. And in 1936 Bomber Command formed along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command as well. There was also eventually the Training Command as well. Grass runways were the norm. They were easily to create because you just designate a well looked after runway strip in grass. There is actually one here that they use to train the BBMF pilots on as well. Usually the Chipmunk. I've seen the Spitfire, I think. If I remember, I can't remember if the Spit did it. We definitely see the Chipmunks do it using that. But grass runways were excellent for fighters, and especially if airfields came under attack, because there was always going to be some stretch of land. You've seen it in movies that, if you imagine the overhead look of all these the Luftwaffe bombing the airfield, and all these Spitfires scrambling, there was always going to be some stretch of airfield that they could take off from. So it was actually quite flexible for that. And light bombers were also suited to grass runways, but the need for hardened concrete runways was imminent, with heavier bombers and of course better drainage, because grass runways of course were subject to really poor drainage if they were suffering from our wet conditions here in England, and so on. And some of the conditions weren't really suited for heavier bombers, but it was imminent. And when the likes of the heavier bombers such as the Lancaster were introduced, it was time to really think about having hardened runways. So some of the grass runways did have hardened sort of like taxiways as well, so it was kind of getting there for that. Class A runways, as they were called, they were your triangular configuration, around about a 6,000 foot runway with two smaller subsidiary, around about 4,000 feet for the other shorter runways with that. But it's funny because you can see an overhead shot of many of the airfields, and especially like Marham, it still uses one of their shorter runways, 01 and 19. There is a runway 12 and 30 here, which does get used by the lighter aircraft as well, especially during crosswinds. But these Class A runways were introduced as a requirement for airfields being built from December 1940. So anything that was started to be built before that would have been in minds of having a grass runway. Now, plans to build here was done in 1937, and it was finally on the 4th of November 1940 that that this base was ready to operate. It takes about 18 months to fully complete, let's say, a whole construction of an airfield, especially with a hardened runway, and also to get all the buildings done with a fully operating squadron. So it started here with number 5 group with a grass runway, and the first residents to arrive and operate at Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941. It was 106 Squadron Zulu November, who featured on our Lost Airfields episode 10. They were operating first of all the Handley Page Hampden bomber. The Handley Page Hampden bomber, which I've shown you a few times, which I'll just refresh your mind. So the very first aircraft to operate at RAF Coningsby, and here it is. This is what was here first. So there we go. Look at this, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Now, I was reading a little bit more. I was learning more about, when do I ever get a day off? I was learning more about Handley Page and his inspiration from the Wright brothers as well. It was actually quite fascinating. He was always top of his class as well, and he was really born for this, and he was always top of his class. And I heard he didn't really have any hobbies, but I'm gonna do a bit more reading about this. I'm gonna, I like learning about these fascinating people that built these amazing aircraft. It's just amazing, really. And the Handley Page Hampden was a twin-engine bomber, like many bombers, starting off during the war. And this was a delight, really, for what it was. I mean, it had a 4,000-pound bomb load, and started off with the Bristol Pegasus engine, a performance of 247 miles per hour. It was quite lightweight, really, for what it was, with a range of around 1,700 miles. It did have guns. It had a fixed forward one there, which I think it's still there, and 3 to 5 Vickers K machine guns with a 4,000-pound bomb load. It could also take an 18-inch 457 Mike torpedo or mines as well. So the 3-bladed variable pitch propellers as well, with 2 Bristol Pegasus Mark 18. They were 9-cylinder, they were air-cooled radial piston engines. They were punching out 1,000 horsepower with those. And there we go. I mean, there was another variant of this with different engines, the Napier engines. They called it the Handley Page Hereford. That was the only difference, just the engines with that. But as in look-wise, but this is it, really. I mean, this was the, kind of like with the Blenheim and the Avro Manchester and the Whitley,
oi oi, and it was in September 1938, 49 Squadron received the first Hampdens by the end of the year, and it was 83 who then took upon to be the next. But 106 Squadron is what we're talking about here. Oh, by the way, they called this the flying suitcase, also the flying tadpole, because of the 3 foot or 1 meter width of the fuselage. I mean, that's extremely narrow. If you thought these things were, you know, Lancasters and B-17s were claustrophobic, driving a 3 foot, again, bit of a problem with the pilot being up here with the folding seat to get in should the pilot get injured or worse. It was extremely difficult to get the pilot out and take over. But nevertheless, this was our first ever aircraft, February 1941, the Handley Page Hampden bomber, taken to the skies with a 4,000-pound bomb load. There we go. But 106 Squadron would have had Zulu November on their aircraft, Zulu November. So if you ever go to Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, it's amazing. Do check it out. It's such a lovely place. Always recommend it. And of course, we have our very own Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Museum and hangar tour that you can purchase and get yourself a little tour there. So when they arrived on the 23rd of February 1941, they were operating those Hampdens, like I showed you, and their first mission, and Coningsby's first ever mission, happened on the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, and it was 5 Hampdens that took part in a raid over Hamburg. The following night of completing their first ever mission, another mission for 106 Squadron, they took to the skies again, and that happened on in the night of the 3rd into the 4th of March. But sadly, it was going to become the very first loss for Coningsby here. It was X3002. Hampden failed to return. Their first loss here at Coningsby, with all 4 of the crew sadly killed in action. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Now, they had Oscar Foxtrot. Now, they were equipped with can't find the word sometimes to really, you know, an aircraft that suffered so much with its own faults that it developed into the wonderful Avro Lancaster. Now, they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, and we've mentioned it many times, and I've got a little picture of you. It's extremely difficult to even find a model of I think I found some keen Airfix model makers, and what they've done, they've actually modified a Lancaster, and you're probably thinking, why a Lancaster? Because it was almost there. There was a difference. Now, the Avro Manchester was a great idea, you know, powerful engines. The Rolls-Royce Vulture engine rated at 1760, all very well on paper. A lot of the missions were carried out successfully, except for one thing: the way back. The problem was the engines. But I'll show you what it looked like, and you think, hey, looks like a Lancaster, and you won't be wrong in saying that. So I've got myself a little fact sheet that I managed to get myself. So this was what 97 Squadron were operating. There it is, our beautiful Avro Manchester. Look at that. Again, the very first Mark 1, okay, had a 3rd tail, center tail, okay? They actually had that. All right, it had 3, but they brought out the Manchester Mark 1 and Mark 1A, and I think Mark 1 had the central tail, and then Mark 1A, they got rid of the central tail. So if you have a look at some of the photos, it looks like a twin-engine Lancaster bomber, because it pretty much was almost there. At a 90, just short of 90-foot wingspan. But its problem was, like I said, the problem was the engines, and we'll talk to you a little bit about that. Let me just pop my notes back a minute. Let me just pop that, because it's got a little bit of a breeze. Now, the Avro Manchester put into service November 1940, and it first arrived at Waddington. Payload was 10,350 pounds, so not too bad. Now let me explain. By the way, the service ceiling on one of them was 19,020 feet on those. But the problem was the engines, the Rolls-Royce engine. It was nothing to do with Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro. It was the engines. The engines were the problem. Let me show you a Lancaster, which eventually it developed into So here's our Lancaster. So you just got to imagine this with 6 foot missing either side. All right. How you doing? All right. So it had 6 foot missing either side, and just the 2 engines. It was the the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Like I said, sounds great on paper. Had just over 10,000 pound payload. It had a good service ceiling of 19,200 feet. It was great. However, the engines, what was the problem? So as these spin round, you got ball bearings which keep things spinning nicely and smoothly. They overheated, catching fire, and with 2 engines, you've only got 1 to rely on. And it wasn't uncommon for pilots to report an engine on fire with another one not so good. So this really brought issues, and also the propellers started to feather as well. But eventually Roy Chadwick and his crew, they decided to not fix the problem, but actually start from scratch with the engines. And what they did in the end, they added 6 foot either side, extra wingspan, and added the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 eventually. The Manchester was grounded so many times that it left 106 Squadron to go out on their own. In fact, when 106 Squadron eventually transitioned to the ill-fated Manchester, shall we say, sometimes they actually just switched to the Hampden because of the with the official grounding by the Air Ministry with these, because there were issues with it. But that's the story. Just to go off subject a little bit. In early 1941, Roy Chadwick and his crew, when they did upgrade and make a prototype, it didn't have a name just yet. It was BT308. It was at RAF Waddington, a test flight. Then they that one had, I believe, had a third. Yep, BT308 they went back to having the third tail. All right, but then they brought out another one, DG595, another prototype without it. By the way, they increased this by 3 meters, the H, and they were going to call it the Mark III Manchester. Nah, they called it an Avro Lancaster in the end. Anyway, here comes an arrival, by the way, on that note. So we went from 4,000 pound payload on the Hampden to 242 miles per hour to this. Just to let you know, greetings from the Spotters car park here at Coningsby, our official viewing car park, viewing area. Usually there's a burger van, but not today. I can't remember if Steve's away for a little bit. There are bins provided, but there's no toilet facilities, unfortunately. Should the car park get full, there is the official... Sorry, that's the wrong word. Should the car park get full, in the town, 20 minutes walk from here, or a 2-minute drive, there is the town car park. Very cheap for all-day parking. There are toilets there as well. done. So yeah, there was the Avro Manchester, that was the second aircraft to operate here, which eventually evolved into our Lancaster. So there we go. So a couple of arrivals. It's good because I can have a look to see if there's any arrivals coming while I'll get you the history going. So that's all good there. But yeah, so that was the two squadrons that arrived in. 97 Squadron followed, and like I said, they were equipped with the Avro Manchester, but due to its unreliability that we spoke about of the Manchester and aircraft being grounded several times, 106 Squadron were usually on their own, and during the first few months, 106 Squadron, they too had their own situations. They were the, oh, here's a nice 2 ship coming now. Nice. Over the top, here we go. Lovely. Done. Beautiful. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So we'll I think that's them all back. There could be, let me just check our let's have a little look, shall we? No, there's still a few out there. You've got Rogue, yeah, the 41 squadrons, that looks like they're on their way back as well. But yeah, still got a few minutes just to fill you in. So now we know, we've established that Avro Manchesters were becoming a bit of a problem, and but 106 Squadron were also suffering in a different way. They actually became the highest of losses as a percentage of Hamden squadrons. So their reputation wasn't going so well with the Hamdens. So it was clearly obvious that the Air Ministry really needed something better, and especially with the Augsburg raid as well that happened in April of 1942. You certainly couldn't do that with any Hamdens or Blenheims or or certainly an Avro Manchester. But anyway, on the April the 10th into the 11th of 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid to on Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hamdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they fell and lost their lives. In July and August of that year, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft, and in August 1941, Hamden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid on Duisburg when disaster struck, as both Olympus Pegasus engines on his Handley Page Hamden bombers failed. They were about 40 miles over the North Sea on the island of Texel, Netherlands, and Leon managed to land the Hamden on the sea safely. His 4 crew managed to bail out before the Hamden eventually just came to a sudden sink, but they did manage to get the life dinghy out, and then what they did, they ended up making their own makeshift sail from their jackets and paddles, using their parachute harnesses to try and paddle. But they suffered 2 days of severe rain out in the North Sea. There was planes going past and ships, and not one of them seen them. And then the next 2 days, almost, coming to a point of dehydration and starvation, they suffered the opposite, like this, in the blazing heat out in the sea. And until eventually, almost losing consciousness, they were washed ashore. And they were still alive. They didn't really have any fresh water, but they were living off raw shellfish. But finally, fishermen spotted them, but they were taken to a prisoner of war camp because they were caught, but their lives were saved. 97 Squadron were having actually a better time in their Manchesters, and on the night of the 8th into the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft, and it was on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command in Kiel. But the Manchester was to have a series of accidents, including a crash here on takeoff, which I've yet to locate, which was here at Coningsby. And many were lost during raids, but it was more often in the outbound, the return to home, and giving radio signals weren't uncommon to hear that engine 2 was on fire, engine 1 not so very good. So it was one of those things where it was time to furthermore ground the aircraft. The Manchester didn't see 1943. It was literally turned into the wonderful Avro Lancaster. And then something I learned not too long ago that I bring in, it was happened on the 2nd of October 1941. It was Handley Page Hamden, sorry, Alpha Delta 768. It was a raid near Frankfurt on Karlsruhe, and Sergeant Newby departed Coningsby at 1800 that evening. So they went for the raid. There was I can't remember how many there were. I think he was one of about 5 Hamdens, I think it was, on a raid. And the weather was nasty. It was really atrocious. They couldn't see the target, and it wasn't uncommon for the actual raid to be cancelled just like that. If the weather's not right, what are you dropping your bombs on? Do you know what I mean? So 5 minutes just before reaching the target, the order was to RTB. Well, he carried on, as you do. So Sergeant Newby carried on with his crew of 4, carrying on to the target, and apparently he hit the target. He got his target, he's seen it, and decided to RTB without his main bomber stream. This was the problem now, because you're on your own, and he was met with 110s, and there was a bit of an aerial combat going on, but he got away with it. They managed to escape. The Hamden was a little bit beat up, but his navigation systems were all over the place because apparently they got damaged, and he ended up, I believe, over Ireland, or what he thought was possibly Ireland. They could see land in the middle of the night, and they decided to bail out because both engines decided to fail, and he ordered everyone to bail out. Now, this is the thing, Ireland was neutral during the Second World War. So what does that mean? Well, if you're neutral, they were interned and spent the rest of the war in Ireland. And I was now reading a little bit more detail about this, that both Luftwaffe and Royal Air Force pilots were both trying to help each other escape. I don't know how. I believe this could be true, and it was. I was coming across a story where a Spitfire landed in this bog or boggy ground, and I believe both sides were trying to get this Spitfire out of the bog. They were escaping and getting back, and trying to get this Spitfire to get off the boggy land so they can take off. Some really, really interesting stories, and I would imagine there's many like this, and especially in the neutral zones as well. But with all the issues that Manchester was having, 106 were eventually converting to the Manchester as well, and that happened in early 1942. And by February 1942, Coningsby's satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa, was complete with hardened runways. Now, Woodhall Spa, we always think of Scampton being related to, you know, being the most missions for 617 Squadron, right? No, it's actually Woodhall Spa. I think it's made famous or infamous because of the takeoff point for the Dam Buster raid. That was the airfield that was used, but it was actually Woodhall Spa that I found was more related, as in how many operations were carried out from 617. It was actually at Woodhall Spa. Now, why a satellite station? Well, Coningsby had a grass runway, and they were introducing both squadrons to the Avro Lancaster. We've got grass runway here. It's not going to be very good. So what they did, they built just literally only a few miles, maybe about 5 miles that way. They made a satellite station, and they made it in the Class A configuration, a hardened runway, so that they can operate the heavy bomber, the Avro Lancaster. So what they did, so Coningsby was kind of had two airfields, shall we say. So when they were operating the Lancaster, it would actually be at Woodhall Spa. But what do you do with your crews, though? They're flying twin-engine bombers. They're flying the Avro Lancaster. So what they did, it wasn't uncommon to have an A flight, a B flight, and so on. Some of these flights would then make up another squadron, for example. 83, I think they developed into 115 from Marham, their B flight, I think it was. But anyway, what they did, they split a B flight and turned it into a heavy conversion unit. So what they did from their own squadron, they made themselves an OCU, so to speak, if that makes sense. That squadron went to Woodhall Spa to train their own crew and units on the 4-engine heavy bomber, the Avro Lancaster. And then 106 Squadron did the same thing. So when they were operating the Lancaster, it was all the way to, well, 5 miles that way, to Woodhall Spa. Eventually 97 Squadron did move to Woodhall Spa, and then during bad weather, aircraft were just being used from Woodhall Spa instead. If they really needed to go on a mission, a sortie, and it was rough weather here and soggy and boggy, they'd go to Woodhall Spa. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters, though, with the missions. They aborted several, and even their first sortie in the new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942, a Typhoon came over. Tell you what, lovely brakes. And just to confirm, I know I get a lot of funny, that is called a run and brake, and it is spelt B-R-E-A-K. What good is using your brakes on your wheels in the air, right? This is a brake. You brake formation, B-R-E-A-K. You brake formation. You brake out of the circuit. You brake into the circuit. You brake formation. You brake from your running. B-R-A-K-E. Do you have them on your wheels? There is an air brake. Here we go. Markings of 41 Squadron. During the Second World War, their Spitfires would have Echo Bravo next to their roundel. That was 41 Squadron's markings. They do have the traditional way of writing their squadron numbers, XL1 in Roman numerals. Does it mean anything? Not really, it's more of a traditional thing. Here comes another two. So there are many roles in the Royal Air Force to think about. All our youngsters now would have finished their exams, GCSEs. It's certainly a great time to think about a career with the Royal Air Force. Many roles, from engineers, armourers, techies, to pilots indeed. Royal Air Force Police, RAF Regiment. If you like to keep your feet on the ground, there's Regiment, there's a chef, air traffic controllers. There's many, there are many roles that you could do. RAF Police is one of them, and RAF Regiment, armourers, engineers. If you're good at fixing stuff, ground crew maybe for you. If you like cooking, there's the catering. Weapons systems operator as well, if you like that kind of side of things. Communications, intel. You're going to be part of history itself. 1st of April 1918, Hugh Trenchard, the father of the Royal Air Force. How we're doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So yeah, that's we go back to our satellite station at Woodhall Spa. As we said, eventually 97 did move and 106 Squadron were converting, and in 1942 106 Squadron would have a new wing commander. That's right, aged just 23, I believe the youngest to command in Bomber Command. It increased morale and really boosted the squadron. It was indeed, although he was the youngest of Bomber Command, it was Gibson himself, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, and he got himself back into flying. He didn't like desk jobs. He really wanted to fly, although he was a Wing Commander. He really wanted to get involved, and he did. He got himself back into flying ops with mine laying in the Baltics, and that happened on the 22nd of April 1942. It didn't take him long at all. He carried out 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks. There was a lot of talk about him being a glory hunter, but he just kept going. He didn't mind all that talk. He just went going. I guess that's what makes a great leader. You keep going as long as you set the standards and and show morale, boost morale, and do your job. This is exactly what he did. And Gibson was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron, and he was highly recognized. He did 18 night sorties. Of 6 of those were one after the other. They were consecutive, and I guess maybe here was the kind of crucial turning point for a decision for him to take control and command Squadron X, which was eventually known as 617 Squadron, a secret squadron, and that was put together for the Dam Buster raid. The squadron itself, 106, improved, and the performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and of course the Air Ministry. On the 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1,000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night bombing raids over German cities. 1,046 aircraft were involved in this. Nearly 600 of those were all Vickers Wellingtons alone. It was Hugh can hear an engine, but it's not. Hugh Trenchard, Arthur Harris, Air Marshal Arthur Harris, really did not want this country to be bullied into what was being said in Europe at that time. He was like, no, I shall not be bullied by Hitler. I'm not going to be bullied. I'm not some kid. And he decided to collate 1,000 bombers. Problem is, we didn't have 1,000 bombers, so Air Marshal Harris, or Bomber Harris as he was known, he knocked on the doors of Coastal Command, and they were like, nah, well, no. So he had no option but to contact Operational Conversion Unit and Training Command as well, and he basically said that, okay, if your men are nearly done and nearly got their wings, they've passed already. He really wanted to do this, and he did, and he succeeded. I think we lost about 41 aircraft, which, if you put that into a ratio, that's actually very good. That is actually very, very good. So amazing. Eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron. I've only just thanks, Perry. Cadets. Big shout out to the cadets. Yes. Nice. Thank you for what you do. Well done. Yes. Nice one. Thanks for that. Ted's got his beret on now. I've just put it on now for him. You all right? Good, good, good. Are you visiting for the day? How are you? How was it? Is it alright? Yeah. Oh wow. Let's do the hammer to it. Oh, nice one. Oh, that's good. Oh, facing second. Oh, cool. Nice one. Oh, that's very good. I get asked for directives, it's really cool. Thanks for the team, man. For the future, nice one. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. It's pretty good. Are you staying in I couldn't, you know how I work with this, I love it. They're CCF, so it's combined. Yeah. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, I know. Could be any time, couldn't it? How we doing, ladies, gents? Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good. So let's talk a bit more history, make more aircraft come. I've forgotten where I was talking about then. Guy Gibson, Bomber Harris, yes. We spoke about the 1000 bomber raid, and let's have a look. Luckily I got my little notes here to help me keep track of where I am. Okay, so we talked about the 1000 bomber raid. Now the next stage for Coningsby, the next sort of era, is to have the Class A hardened runways. And on Google Earth you can actually see, because we are actually on the old this is part of the original RAF Coningsby. You've still got like the, what do you call it, the hard stands, the pancakes. There's one there, there's one over there, and another one. So we are on the original base. And eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron, they had their last mission here at Coningsby before moving to Siskins, while Coningsby was closing to upgrade its grass runway to the new hardened Class A runway. On its final mission, sadly, over a raid over Bremen, they lost another 3 more aircraft, which failed to return. The transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year. This took place from September 1942 to August 1943. But during this time, 5 Group Training School and 5 Group G Equipment School, and also Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made use of the facilities here at Coningsby whilst the runways were being constructed. 106 Squadron, eventually they moved to Metheringham. If you want to know more story about that, then go on to our Lost Airfields episode 10. And they moved with their Lancasters in 1943. In the spring of 1943, first to use the runways were 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson and Oxford aircraft. It was known as BAT, beam approach training. It helps pilots learn to land in poor visibility and at night using a beam approach. So a bit like an ILS really in some ways. On the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived here with the Lancasters. 617 Squadron did fly many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 in January 1944. Now, like I mentioned earlier, RAF Scampton always has its connection with 617, and that's probably due to the famous Dambuster raid where they took off from, but it was in fact Woodhall Spa where they operated from the most, and its operations, and in fact it was the Petwood Hotel which was home to many of its officers. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster, and both 61 and 619 Squadron took to the skies in many raids, but losing many aircraft as well, and losing a lot of men during various raids such as Berlin, and if you don't know about it, the Nuremberg raid was a disaster, especially for Bomber Command. So while we are moving on to D-Day operations, it was here that Coningsby took off again with 18 Lancasters, and it was a raid because 97 Squadron moved back to Coningsby and they took off for their mission over Normandy. It was the night of the 5th to the 6th. The moon was out bright, and I've always said this, the moon can be your friend, it can also be your enemy, and I'm working on a Lost Airfields episode 11, which is almost done, a few weeks away yet. You know me, a few weeks means tomorrow, but let me get you more details on that. But it involves obviously the Lysander, which was always moonlight operations. Was always moonlight operations. But the thing is, the moon exposes your target, exposes you as well. So it depends on your mission. So Wing Commander Jimmy Carter was to lead his 18 Lancasters in various flights, and they were off on a raid on D-Day for the Normandy campaign. He was in good spirits, and he even quoted, "Thank God we're not in OTU now." There's a few ways you can see that. You could see it as, you know, we're actually going to go and get some action, see some action, or the fact that operational training unit was more dangerous. 55,573 men were lost in Bomber Command alone. And did you know that 10%, that's over 5,000, were lost in non-combat with training units? 5,000, and that's just the minimum. There was more, and it's a staggering figure to get your head around that. But Jimmy Carter, nevertheless, in Zebra, so on his Uh-oh. Down. Thank you. My Avro Manchester's taken off. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Thank you, sir. It's Avro Manchester fact sheet recovery. Yes, so Wing Commander Jimmy Carter was here at Coningsby. It would cost him his life, this raid. And the morale was great because they weren't going deep into, they weren't doing a Nuremberg raid or going deep into Germany such as the Augsburg raid. They were just literally going on the Normandy beaches. You know, they were, they weren't going to go in, they weren't going to face too much flak and other fighters. However, we've always said that, you know, we scrambled here from Britain with our bases, but the Luftwaffe were ready to scramble as well. Oi, oi. And they were about to meet across the channel. They were about to meet a very, very, how do I say, a very experienced group. Okay, now across the channel there was a night fighter pilot, Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. Now he was of number 1 SKG-10, and he was on alert. Okay, so as we imagine all our men scrambling, is that a Foon? It is a Foon. History brings it. Oh gosh, this is running in nicely. Look at this. Look at this. And into the break. Downwind to downwind. Lovely. Now then, I think we got about an hour or so before we can start getting a bit excited, because I've got a good feeling we may have a display, practice display that is. But of course, these are all just possibly, maybe, could be's. Lovely. Yes, so ladies, gents, and teddy bears, across the channel on alert was Eberspacher. And he was sitting on alert, just like like any pilot here in Fighter Command. And SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attacking unit equipped with the Hawker 190s, the G3s and the G8s. And Eberspacher was a holder of the Iron Cross first and second class, and he'd just been promoted to Staffel Kapitan to lead the third Staffel of the first grouper in May. And SKG-10 flew hit-and-run fighter-bomber missions with their FW-190s over southern England by day and by night. Due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, and in view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the RAF against targets over occupied France, from April 1944, the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also employed on Wilde Sauer. Now this is where the experience comes from picking out aircraft in very, very poor visibility. It means wild boar, and it was free-ranging night fighter missions against the British bombers on brighter moonlit nights. And it was very clever the way they did this, and it was for this purpose that Eberspacher and some of his pilots were sitting on alert at Everett. Now the Wilde Sauer, I mean, first of all, sending night fighters into complete darkness just sounds absolutely, just crazy idea, right? I mean, you've got to think of the technology they had then, to send them out. They did have other methods as well. So they'd use the moon, so they were waiting for the moon. RAF would need the moon for the targets, but hey. Now Wilde Sauer was a very interesting one. Now before I get to that, some of the night fighters were using flares, yellow and green flares, to try to light up some of their bombers, that they, enemy bombers of what they could see. So that's what the night fighters were doing with the Luftwaffe. They'd be able to eject flares just like we have, but they were yellow and green, I believe. I wonder if there's a significance, or the type of phosphor that they were using, whatever was burning. But yeah, they would use that to light up aircraft that they fought. And don't forget, remember that we spoke about the Halifax, another bomber, and the Lancasters. Don't forget, when we had bombers, we were doing daylight missions, right? And the problem with some of the, especially like the likes of the Rolls-Royce engines, they would bring out flames here from the exhaust. Now imagine that at night, you're going to get seen. So bombers were looking for the flames. Okay, they were looking for the exhaust flames, right? So what they did what fighters were doing, they were looking out for bombers with flames coming out. So they didn't invent the dampers. Okay, so night fighters would go at night, and all they would see is these flames coming out the exhausts, and that's what they were looking out for. They did bring out exhaust dampeners. Okay, so PA474 and Just Jane NX611, they don't have them on there because, of course, they were built for a particular purpose. Daylight missions and the Tiger Force, I doubt they were going to be put into night fighting role. But nevertheless, the problem with adding the dampers, you probably think, well, why not just add the dampers in the first place? The problem is they become a bit weighty and a bit draggy. So they tried to avoid using that, but eventually they did. And the Halifax crews would find, that they found out the hard way with that. Now, Wilde Sauer was done a bit differently. Wilde Sauer missions were very, very interesting because they'd use the moon and flak from below to light up. So what they were waiting for was silhouettes. Okay, they were waiting for the silhouettes from the flak. So Wilde Sauer were German night fighter crew that would wait. It was amazing. So you got the cloud, you got the Lancasters, let's say, and you get the moon shining, and what they would do, they'd wait for the flak to fire underneath. Some of them probably got hit. I think some of their own got hit in their own fire, but the flak would explode, and it would create enough light to show a silhouette of the Lancaster. I mean, it's quite cunning, really, a very cunning plan to do it, but that's what they were trained to do. So they were very experienced night fighters, very experienced. So that was what they were looking out for, very experienced. Now, anyway, meanwhile, back on Carter's 18 Lancasters. Now, I believe he could have been in a Vic formation, I think in a flight of 4, maybe 4, 4 and 4. It could have been. Let's have a look. No, Vics of Freeze. So he would have been in there would have been 5 Vics of Freeze. That's right, or maybe more. 6. Let's go with 6. I think it's 6. I haven't actually got that down there, so I actually need to go and check myself how many were in his flight. But Carter and his crew, they dropped their bombs on their targets and had turned for home when they found Eberspacher in his FW-190 shortly after 0500. The bomber crew probably never even seen the FW-190s and never knew what hit them. Eberspacher spotted several Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds below him, and he dived down on Carter's Z Zebra flight, and he dived down and attacked the Lancasters in the blind spot from underneath. Now, avoiding engaging the bomber from the out of angle, out of healthy respect, he took him out one by one. And at 5:04, a transmission from Carter on forced radio frequency acknowledging a message from Master Bomber was suddenly cut short. Cannon shells and machine gun fire from FW-190s ripped into the underside of the Lancaster. It caused immediate catastrophic damage, probably wounding and killing some on board and setting the bomber on fire. It is almost impossible to imagine the adrenaline pumping terror that would be felt by the crew on receiving such end of sustained bursts of cannon fire from an unforeseen foe. They would not have seen Eberspacher. They wouldn't have seen him at all. He reported no return fire, and within just a few minutes, 4 Lancasters were downed. It was the first RAF losses of D-Day, and it was, as I've always said, while the RAF were waiting on alert, so were crews like Eberspacher's men on alert, ready for that. But then another era came for Coningsby, was to come soon. A new aircraft, the de Havilland Mosquito, was to arrive as well. And in 1944, these Mosquito squadrons began operating out of Coningsby. On the 19th of September 1944, 5-Group Bomber Command gave a mission to use a Mosquito. And it was to use Guy Gibson for this. He was given the mission, and he didn't use a Mosquito here. He actually went to the satellite station at Woodhall Spa. Now, he used KB267 of 657 Squadron. The raid went ahead and completed, but some sources suggest it didn't go very well, the actual raid itself. But Gibson's Mosquito was now heading back over Netherlands, and Gibson's aircraft was seen crashing at Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid, and that was the last time anyone ever seen him. The crew were waiting for Gibson here at Coningsby. They thought he landed at Woodhall Spa. Woodhall Spa were waiting for Gibson. They thought he landed at Coningsby. The reality was that Gibson, flying 171 operational missions, he shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his nighttime night fighter missions with 29 Squadron, who were a fighter squadron. He was just 26 when he died. 97 and 83 squadrons were operating the Avro Lincoln here, which again, that was another aircraft set for the Tiger Force, a force that was supposed to go to the Far East, along with further Mosquito squadrons making Coningsby their home in 1946. 109 and 139 were making Coningsby their home. Now, here's another new aircraft for you, the Boeing Washington. This arrived in 1950. Which is basically a B-29. The RAF designated it as a Boeing Washington. And it was with 15 Squadron who went on to fly the very first jet aircraft as well. So in 1953, Coningsby entered the jet era with the English Electric Canberra. Squadrons 9, 12, 15 and 249 operated it. And we even had, right, you ready for this? We even had the Avro Vulcans here at 1962 and 64. And they were positioned just by the ORP, the Operational Readiness Platform. They were upgraded to have a quick start. They were the Vulcan B2s, all right? But it was only for 2 years. It was only for 2 years, and they eventually left for Cottesmore. But the Canberra was also soon to be replaced here at Coningsby. It didn't have as long career here as it did at Marham, and they thought about a replacement, and it was indeed the TSR2 that was going to be here to replace it. Coningsby was selected to become the home for the TSR2. Sadly, that didn't go ahead. The RAF eventually decided on the F111 Aardvark. It was the F111Ks. 50 were ordered, 2 were almost complete, but they pulled out for whichever reason. And eventually, in 1969, arriving from Akrotiri, I think it was, number 6 Squadron arrived here. The flying can openers, number 6 Squadron. And this, 1969, is when Coningsby changed from a bomber command to fighter. It was a fighter station with the Phantoms. And that kind of changed the era. If you're wondering about the nickname flying tin openers or flying can openers, on number 6's, who are based at Lossiemouth, on number 6's squadron crest, they've got like an eagle preying on a serpent. On the actual aircraft markings, you've got the eagle, a silhouette with a can opener. Why? Because in the Second World War, when they were operating the Hawker Hurricane, they destroyed many tanks, hence the flying can openers. There were many other squadrons that arrived here with the Phantom. 29 Squadron, we were a fighter squadron, who eventually disbanded. 23 Fighter, 56 Fighter and 41 Fighter, along with 228, who became the operational conversion unit. The BBMF arrived in 1976, and there was also Jaguars and Harriers that arrived here with 41 Squadron, and eventually the Tornadoes arrived here. The F3 arrived here in 1984. There were various other Tornadoes that started to arrive until it was time for the Tornado to be replaced. I know, when a new aircraft has been designed, it can only mean one thing: a retirement for another. So with that in mind, in 2003 at Warton Aerodrome, number 17 Reserve and I believe 29 Squadron were learning all about the wonderful Typhoon, and eventually 2 years later, on the 19th of May 2005, it was 17 Squadron that brought with them the Typhoon FGR4, as it was designated. Actually, correction, I think it was actually designated as an F2. I think it actually had a different designation, you know. But anyway, 29 Squadron stood up as the operational conversion unit. Again, 2005 is when the Typhoon arrived, May the 19th. And then eventually you've got 3 Fighter, 11 Fighter, and then 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron, until 2020 when another squadron, a 5th Squadron, arrived. It was number 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. And there's one thing I need to tell you. Where did 17 Squadron leave? I need to find that out, because 17 Squadron are still active today. They're actually based at Edwards Air Force Base as a Test and Evaluation Squadron on the F-35B. I'm going to find out now. Let me have a look. I'm going to just double check when they left. I've always told you they arrived here, never actually told you when they left. Shall have a look. This one, I reckon they left in 2006 probably. Oh, it was an F2. Thanks, Perry. And then T3. Yes, I remembered it. F2. Thank you. Thanks, Perry. Oh, 2013. Here we go. Here we go. So, yep, reformed the 19th of May 2005. Got my facts right. Typhoon. And so the squadron disbanded. All right, here we go. 12th of April 2013. And then came... Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. 12th of April. All right, so they went from Coningsby to Edwards Air Force Base as a joint Royal Air Force Royal Navy Test and Evaluation Squadron. Well, there you go. So disbanded and then went to America. Beautiful. Love it. That's cool, isn't it? Can't remember when they changed to an FGR4 roll, you know. Thanks for that, Perry, for confirming that. Oh, I thought I was going. I thought I'd seen that somewhere. Oh. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So we're just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna have to find that out. See, you learn one thing and then it opens up new doors, right? So I've just discovered 2013 is when 17 disbanded and then went to Nellis after that. Pretty cool. Well, I think that's correct. That's according to Wiki anyway. Might have to just get rid of that there now. There we go, I think that's right. There we go there now. Got to have a clean screen, innit? Right, I might just have a quick cup of tea and I'll be right back.
was a delightful little break there. Thank you very much for your patience there. How are we doing? So, let's see what... Yeah, fine. Hang on 1 second. You all right? Yeah, I'm not sure. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well, and just a nice breeze, really good. But with that cool breeze from the east is producing the easterly favoured runways such as 07, 05, that kind of thing. So wherever you are located, you'll be noticing some, well, it depends on the wind direction where you are, of course, because it can change wherever you are. Don't forget, aircraft take off into the wind. They don't have a tailwind for departures and arrivals, so they'll use the same runway that they took off from, provided that the wind is still in that direction. Okay, so that's the purpose of it. Aircraft have been designed to take off into the wind as well, to get lift, better lift, more economical.
Officers, yes, name's Wingy, yes, reporting for duty, yes. How are you? Used to be a wing commander, you know. What happened to the Ford Cortina and the Bentley? Yes, that's a Cara. Yes, Joanna. Not impressed with the selection here. Lots of noise going on. Oh dear, dearie me. Oh dear, don't reverse like that. You travel back in time. Dear, oh dear. Hey, right or no? Ah, yes, Reginald. How are you? Oh, I'm all right or no? What are you doing around here now? Ah, it's just looking at my boys and girls of the Royal Air Force. What are you doing? Oh, I work here, don't I? Oh, yes, you do, yes. Yeah, let's sort this jacket out there, you know. Yes, gotta look tip-top. Royal Air Force. Yeah. Let me have a look. Yeah, I said, Joanna. I don't think she's here, and I think she's gone to the kebab shop. What do you mean, kebab shop? We don't do anything that begins with the letter K. Terrible. We only do W's, Waitrose, you know, that kind of thing. Waitrose or no, where's that there now? Waitrose, you know. Darling, it's for posh people, you see. Well, I'm posh, I'm alright. No, what's wrong with me? What car do you drive? Well, you know, I drive a few vehicles, ain't you, man? I drive a Land Rover. Give me that Land Rover. I like a nice one, a proper military one. Oh, good for you, old chap. Yes. What about a bicycle? Do you have a bicycle? Oh, no, I ain't got one of them. I think Drew's got one of them. Okay, yes. You see, you need to be a bit more posh. You see, you need to have a skateboard. A skateboard, yeah, skateboards are posh, you know. Look at this. I mean, look at this. How posh you look when you're going past. Look, watch this. I think skateboarders are posh, yes. Oh, I think he knows what he's doing. Joanna, pass me my skateboard. Joanna. Ooh, yes, let's go. Ride.
How you doing, man? All right, yeah.
Thanks to you.
Good.
I got some photos of you.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Let's have a look at
Yeah, I thought you did.
You like send them?
Yeah, send them, man.
That's funny.
Yeah, go
on social media and just send them through there. Okay. All right. Nice one. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. I can hear a Foon taxiing. Central drop tank. Is it? Oh, we shall see. Oh yeah, got a wave. Teddy bears, this year's Typhoon Display Pilot Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer, a very experienced Tornado pilot, the last to ever be trained on the Tornado, finds himself in a fly-by-wire rapid thrust to weight ratio of a happy gummy bear with lots of rainbows inside. I don't even know what that even means, but we'll go with that. Sign reheat 1, here we go. Rack 'em. And await for clearance to run in for a display. Probably just waiting for some departures perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You've seen call sign on ADSB before.
Yep. And if you just joined us, hit the like button, give us a thumbs up, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Do support us. And if you are subscribed, don't forget to hit the notification bell button as well, so you don't miss out on any of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Nath is just making some noise over Woodhall Spa until he's been allowed to get the clearance for a display. Here we go. Go on, mate. that is. Well done. That was remarkable. Ted, that was good. Did you enjoy that? Oh yeah, I bet you did, didn't you? Ted loved that. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Let's be welcome back. Nath, who's just coming into land now, I think. Oh, hang on, Ted. Ted, be careful, mate, that beret. Because I'm reheat 1. Beret down, beret down. Oh, beret. Oh no. Beret recovery team. Oh, thank you. What's your name? Jim. Jim. Okay, mate. Thanks for that. You get a special card for getting this beret. I'll give it to you in a sec. Beret recovery team. A message from Richard Brown, who enjoyed that. Oi, oi.
Yeah, but then I think we just apply it. That's not.
Well, wasn't that just the best? That's what happens when you're an experienced tornado pilot flying one of these, I guess. Oh yeah. Beautiful. So if you're kind enough to retrieve Ted's beret, we do get you a beret recovery team card here. We'll sign it for you and date it with your name on it as well. This is the beret recovery team card. We do actually sell the patches and the key rings as well to go with it, so if you are a keen beret recovery team or a big fan of our merchandise, we do have beret recovery team patches, velcro provided, nicely embroidered, and also a double-sided key ring as well to go with it. How you doing? All right. Yeah, I thought it was tomorrow. Yeah, so it's lucky. So yeah, that's perfect for me. Well, that was absolutely incredible from our squadron leader Nathan Scheuer. Full sign Reheat 1. Really showed off the skills there of the Typhoon and his skills as a display pilot as well. And someone's asked about the cadets' response. Well, they actually applauded. That's who you could hear in the background applauding. So that was really, really nice. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, that's fine, mate. All right.
Yeah.
What's that, sorry? Ted Coningsby will be great. Yeah. Ted Coningsby, that would be awesome. Now, thanks for getting those. It was nice to see Scorcher today, to put a face to the name as well. Thank you very much to everyone who's tuned in and supported the channel, to the cadets as well. That was a lovely applaud there from them. Very nice indeed. And Sue Arthur, who's been with us 21 months today. Nice one. Thank you for being a member and supporting our channel for 21 months. And Hanosaurus Rex, a reminder to drink some water, everyone. Thank you for the super chat. Ginger Bailey, Guards March as well. Thank you for the super sticker. 100k subscribers, well done. Thank you very much, Angie. Guards March to you. Jolly Green Giant 976 as well. Big congratulations on 100,000 jet fuel in the morning. Nothing better. Go Typhoon. Thank you very much. And of course, Scorcher as well. Nice to meet you, and nice to meet you too, Guards March. T25 Company 11. Welcome to our squadron. High five, Guards March. Mark Garwood, thank you very much for the super. And Ben Stubbs, high five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. We Stevie Boy, roll and slice with broom sauce. The Nikos, thank you very much. We Stevie Boy, thank you. Claire Horsfall. Welcome, high five, welcome welcome to the TCS Posh offices. And the Derek Kurinyemi experiment has been a member for 15 months. Oi oi. And you know, many of our viewers that have just joined us would have heard and seen on the chats the amount of time length of becoming a member to our channel. It's quite phenomenal. The length of service are quite just so amazing. Well, that was our squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, who really punched that through there beautifully. I think we are good to go then, Ted. I think we're done for the day, aren't we? We'll stay for one more takeoff. Yeah, okay, mate. We'll do one more. We'll do a set of departures, or one or two. How's that? Let's have a look, see if we've got any imminent. It does sound a bit quiet.
Photos on the group because it wouldn't let me send them to you individually. So is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, buddy. No worries at all. All right. Thank you. Hello. No, I just need to pick later on when I get back where I'm going.
I saw you down Lickney Friday, 3rd.
Yeah, I left it just in case there was a display tomorrow, but it's I'll take today because I didn't even know. I was going to do today and tomorrow, but as it frees me up to do something different tomorrow now. So yeah, I'll have a look. Probably Marham. I might do Marham tomorrow. Yeah, I might do it. Alright, I'll have a look. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I'll probably do Marham now tomorrow, which is great. The plan was to do tomorrow as well here, should there be a chance of a display. But we've got the display, we've seen it, we've had a performance takeoff, we've had one of them, we've had some, we had 4 reheat departures, which was great, always good to see. Always nice to see the carrots, as Colin Brammer would say. Oh, love it. And but yeah, it's been a great day. We've had a practice display which was absolutely rapid and aggressive, which is what we like. So it doesn't sound like we've got any startups at the minute, so we're just gonna have a little think what we're gonna do.
be heading back to Lake Heath then. Okay, that's new. Oh, it's 3 Typhoons, isn't it? Literally just dropped out of the sky, didn't they? Amazing. Look at this. They literally went from high key down into formation.
Oi, oi. That was impressive, wasn't it? Lovely. Literally thinking that it was aircraft heading back to Lakenheath. It was actually our very own Typhoons here. That's we do have one final departure before we finish up for the day. It is going to be our Embraer ERJ145. It's been a great day here with all of you.
just hang around just for a little bit longer. We may have a couple more departures. I'll just wait till a bit longer. 1 sec. See ya. You're right, yeah? Sorry? Yeah. Oh, yes. Don't know if those are going out.
Hey? Oh, there's a couple of lids up there.
Yeah, yes, I can hear them. I can hear them now. The wind's going away from us. I can just about hear them, so I think they're going out. I might catch these and pick it up. Yeah, they're definitely spooling. Cool, I'll stay for these. We should have some more departures, ladies, gents and teddy bears, very shortly. See ya. So yeah, we've just got just a few more to go out. We'll catch these and we'll finish up for the day.
Not right there, but these should be down. I'll put it down. Yeah,
Yes, there is a stream tomorrow, so I've left it blank. I was going to see what was going to happen today, and we are looking to go to Marham tomorrow, so hold tight on that one. It will be confirmed once it's once we schedule the stream in. I'm just going to have a little look around, make sure the weather's okay. It's not brilliant tomorrow, but it's okay. It's doable.
lovely memory of that awesome day when Ted flew in Blackjack. Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Which started Ted's career. It was on the 28th of May 2021. Ted's first ever flight. I mean, he did that in style. It was looking pretty good, Ted's logbook, actually, his flight log, which you can check out. Don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk. And here come our Foons now, taxiing out for departure. Okay, we're ready to just wait here. Sort of weaving in and out of the buildings. There are two. There's another one. This looks like a good shot. It is. I was going to say that screen jet wash is sort your windscreen out, wouldn't it? These markings that you can see here are markings of 29 Squadron. The other one is 12. Again, markings don't always mean that it's the pilot of that squadron flying it. Here we go. We've been lucky with the wind today. I do like 07 departures. Alright, here we go. So our last departures of the day, here we go.
Here we go, send it. Leads the field. Because there's another one taxiing now. Don't go anywhere. Oh, there's another. Is that another one or two? Definitely one. There it comes. A bit like Mossy Mouth here, look. Here we go.
Bless you. Oh, nice one. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Thanks, man. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? And Richard Brown, congratulations on 2-6. That's 26 months as a member. 26 months and counting. What an amazing display by Nathan. What an awesome channel to be part of. Bless your heart. Thank you very much, Guards March. And Margot with the super chat for bringing us Nathan's display. Guards March, thank you very much indeed. Right, we good, Ted? Yeah? Okay, mate. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed my day off yesterday. Although I did do a little bit of work, you know me, I was learning about my next episode on Lost Airfields. It was really good. Learning loads, always constantly learning, but that's the way the channel does it, you know, always doing something. But I love it though. It doesn't feel like work. I can quite happily start reading books and learning. And episode 11, a little bit dark, a very, very, very interesting place. Very, very interesting. You're gonna like Lost Airfields episode 11. It's a bit different as opposed to what this place is, so you'll I won't spoil it, but episode 11 I'll be working on that soon. All right, so well, I'll be working on it, but I'll be really finishing off. Maybe over the weekend I'll almost have it done. I'll be working more on it. I think I've got all my research done, wrote down the script for it, but I hope you enjoyed it. So I hope you enjoyed today, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos, and I hope you've enjoyed our show today. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and we'd like to say thank you very much to RAF Coningsby and all the crew there. Thank you very much, and of course all our viewers, thank you as well. Thank you so much for tuning in and being part of the show. I hope you've enjoyed it. So I think that's us done then, Ted, is it? Is it a salmon roll, is it? Salmon wrap? Yeah, too right. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you very much. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our Squadron Leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby, aka Ted HQ. So, for the last time for today, and for the first time for the month, it is see you soon, wish you well. See ya! Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Bannerfly. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our Squadron Leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the Squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just £25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian 31,